Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hello, Krahazik, hello, Zany. Good to see you guys. Welcome. Hehe. We are here for another day of chaos, of highest order this day, because I am probably going to be task switching quite significantly. Because Brain is currently a bag of cats, and I know exactly why. It struck me about 10 minutes ago. Like a ton of bricks. Along with the carbohydrate crash, because I ate pasta for supper. And with that comes a brain fog and a drowsiness that is insane. I did not pay attention to how that actually affects me for the longest time. Now I understand. Because I've slept enough today. I don't know. There is no other reason why I would be smacked out like that, other than a carbohydrate crash. So, we are going to be task switching today on account of the pasta for supper. But it was good pasta, so all is well at the end of the day. How are you guys doing? How goes? Before I forget. Timer. Gotta switch that on. And not forget it this day. Yeah, so today was going alright? That's good. That is always good news. Yeah. So today was a little bit productive after the morning's appointments that I needed to attend to. So we'll have a look quickly, and then we'll figure out where we're going from there. Mwahaha. Woke up a little early today, but going good. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Waking up early is arguably a little bit better than waking up late. Because you wake up early and you're stressed, but you know that, okay, you've at least got time to deal with it. Wake up late and you're stressed and you know you've got no time to deal with it. So, it's debatable, but it's something, I guess. Alright, so let me just minimize that so that I can think, and let us head over. And let's see, I'm pretty sure that, yep, hotkeys are not playing ball today, so I'm gonna come over here. One day I will figure out exactly what the order of operations need to be to make sure that I can actually get hotkeys to work on my VTube studio. And something on my laptop is not happy. Come on. Let me switch. What software I'm in, please and thank you. Okay. There we go. Okay, so progress made on the sword this day. Couple of little things. Let me first switch over to this view so that we can actually see. I managed to sculpt out the top of the head, added the eye gem, connected the blade and the hilt so that it's now a full-length tang on that. Carved out 2 guide rails for where the crossguard assembly needs to be able to slide, and inlaid a Capricorn. That is what we have achieved so far. Also narrowed down the handguard upright a little bit as well, and the entirety of the hilt mechanism, I narrowed that down as well, just so that it would be a little bit more directional, and have a slightly nicer profile from this angle. And also so that that connection for the tang would make a little bit more sense. So we've got this inlay for our cabicon. And now if we switch on our materials, I've got a clear glass material in here. And everything else is still on metals. And if I just switch our lighting scenario, this one looks nice. We can actually see the difference in the two materials much more readily in terms of how they actually behave. Nothing pressing today, no work, no significant plans, just a nice chill night. Ooh, that is lovely. I hope you enjoy. A nice chill night is oftentimes just grand. So yeah, progress has been made. Up here by the head, we've got the eye gem faceted. Still got to do a little bit of refinement to the shape of that gem because those two corners look like they will pick up all of the damage. It's not really visible, but actually, let me just hide these. Yeah, so they are actually inset into the head because I don't know exactly how it's going to render out in different software. So I figured if we give that transparency, then if any light passes through the gem, however it gets rendered, you can actually see the facets below as well. So that's functional. I had a look at potentially closing this gap in the lower jaw. However, that is a very, very, very useful place for like tying a tassel or something. Or it's just a useful, have a place where you can tie a thing on the pommel of a sword as well. It is a known thing to have a loop like that on a bunch of blades, and it just worked out, oh hello, that is surprisingly useful, and I hadn't planned for that, but it works. So like a decorative tassel that's like a gift from a loved one, for example, is usually the sort of thing that would be attached to that loop. For performances and such, sounds good to me. Yeah, you could also drape like a chiffon trail or something along there so that it looks like it's trailing fire or what have you. There's options for what you could do with something like that. So yeah, I'm going to end up redoing this because I've been having thoughts regarding the wing arms and how this would be made if a blacksmith had to actually go and tackle the job. And it would be welding. Like, the job would be largely a welding job to get the different parts together. And at the moment, this piece would be best described as laser cut and panel beaten into shape, which, given the technology of the day, is probably not gonna be realistic by any margin of the imagination. So to adjust this structure to be more shaped for welded pieces that get attached to a cut piece of plate, that makes more sense to me. Because while this section makes sense for having been a flattened piece of plate that has been appropriately bent into form, when it comes to this wire cage, that definitely needs to be welded on, and therefore it needs to have a totally different shape profile. So I will be making those adjustments, but for today, I think the first thing that we're going to want to do is look at the foundations of our crossguard. I can come back to this, but I want to get the foundations of our crossguard in place. And once I have that, then I can come back and close up the gaps in these rails, because currently what's happening is you can still see that there are no actual faces closing these loops together at the moment. So when I have got those holes in place, then I can apply the boolean and then close that up. Another possible option for how the cutouts are done are holes punched. Yeah, punched holes is potentially an option, but that's a very thick material to do hole punching by hand with very big dies to need to cut that. That would also have to be custom made. Like, it would, if I were making it and it was a piece of plate of this approximate thickness, I would probably bore a little channel a little bit, lay my piece of wire in there, and then weld and fill in around that bore so that the wire is supported high up the structure. And then coming back and grinding that flat before doing the bend. I was thinking doing multiple punches along the edge, so basic cylindrical punches. Yeah, that could also work. That could also work. There are many ways to build a sword. Many, many, many ways. Okay. So, let's go out of our such view. I want to see this again. And let's go into the crossguard section, because this is the next place where we need to work. So first things first, we're going to add my old friend, the plane. And this is going to be the crossguard upper. Material is going to be in the gold, so that I know which piece I'm looking at. Then go edit mode, Now, currently what I'm doing, because as you'll remember yesterday I managed to hurt my arm pretty badly, is I have moved my mouse to my left hand, and I am currently dual wielding between my mouse and my graphics tablet stylus. So I am dual wielding at the moment. Alright, now modifiers, we're going to add a mirror to this, X and Y, and I want to be able to see that on both sides. And I'm also going to come over to my reference image and just reduce that opacity more because it is actually driving me a little insane. Zero 0.13. There we go. It was just too overpowering. There we go. Now we come over here. Now this I don't mind allowing to intersect. Because of what we're going to do with it in a bit. So drop this on this corner, extrude, drop that there, extrude up. Now this is going to be the foundation of our crossguard. So here, what we're going to aim for is a bit of stability. Alright, now over here. There we go. Just get that curve nice. There we go. Okay, now we start dropping this so that that aligns nicely. All right, and then up here by this corner, 2 more should do the trick, like so. Okay, so that should give us the profile on this that we need. Okay, good. Now we can start shaping this a little bit better. Just gonna hide that way. So where's the corner start? Here. Something like that. Okay, that's good for a start. Now what I want to do is I want to hide the handguard section because it's just in the way, and hide the blade because it's just in the way. Okay, that's an issue. Okay, I see where the problem's coming in. I need one more loop over here, I think. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like so. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna need more loops here. But what I'm gonna do is apply this and shade smooth. There we go. Now edit. Full. Undo. Full. Why are you not doing what I need you to do? Come on. You and you. Something is happening weird. There we go. Just needed to have its brain kicked a bit. Okay, so there are 3. Come on. Why are you being stubborn now? Weird. Okay. Right, that should do the trick there. Now I'm just going to hide this again so that I can think. And bridge edge loops. Oi, what nonsense is going on here? Undo. Okay, so our cross guard is starting to come into shape. Still going to need to do some refinements to these angles. Let me just make my screen a little bit closer to me so that I don't have to reach halfway across the continent, it feels like, in order to do the thing. Because that is not going to help with the sore shoulder. Okay. So now that's probably a little bit much. The narrowest point is probably going to be here. go. Let's have a look. How does that behave? For a first pass, not bad. And that is our hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Yeah, that is working for our first steps. Yeah, that's working. That's working. So, then, the next thing we need to do is just seal up those edges over here. And that is going to be a slightly different job. Oh. 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 Slightly different, but it does the trick. Okay. Let's see. Now those normals are a little bit weird. So what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to take that off for a start. Those, and I'm going to subdivide them like that. And join, if I can. Please let me join those. Delete those faces. Full and full. There we go. So now I should be able to get that line to make a little bit more sense in terms of contour there. Same here. Okay. So that is first part of the cross guard sorted. So the next is going to be these two things, or because they're going to be two plates that are going to be mounted on either side of this gold plate, or this gold brace rather. Specifically, it's going to be two pieces because I want them to be able to flip open like this. Or one side, I want it to be able to flip open like this. So, we are going to add my old friend, the plane. Add modifier, generate mirror, X and Y. Material is going to be silver. Edit mode. Bring it out. make it small, bring it in, bring it that way, make it small, or close, and clip. Bring it up. There we go. Rotate by 90. Like that. Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to make slight adjustments on this versus what we see on the sketch, just to make sure that it actually makes sense in context. And I'm going to add a solidify modifier. Which is going to be 0, 1, 0, 2. There we go. Because this is going to be a piece of plate. Undo that. First thing, add bits to work with. So this is going to be our foundation of our front plane. There we go. Moonshiro, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? At this point, I am going to drop this down and add the next row, I think. Extrude. Like such. There we go. Fill. Come on, don't be silly, please. Fill. Why do I need to hit escape before I can fill when I'm using my stylus? This makes no sense to me, but anyway. It is what it is. Wait. All right. So far, so good. No. All close. Not too close. That's good. I'm okay. Had work at a music show, so I'm in an Okay. So you are now in the post-event wind down. Let's call it that. I understand. Very, very well. There we go. Yeah, because music events can get loud. Just staring at the room with low sound things? Oh, that makes sense. Music events can be very, very loud. And otherwise generally a lot to deal with. Come on. There we go. It was a nice watching grown adult women and men be goofy and dancing and having fun, but the sound was a lot. How are you? I'm doing well. We are being productive on the commission front. I am currently in a little bit of a brain fuzz phase, just a little bit, on account of I had pasta for supper, and for the first time I've actually experienced the carb crash, which made me immensely sleepy. And totally brain fogged up. Zero comprehension of what I'm doing type feeling. I'd never paid attention to it before, but now that I have experienced it consciously, it makes so much sense. Are you alright? Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just like, you know how sometimes you eat carbs and then after like 2 hours you're suddenly super sleepy? That's what happened. Come on. Why are you being dumb? Ay, 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 ay. I did hear and understand wrong, thank goodness. Yeah, no. All is well. It's not like, it wasn't like an insulin-related madness or anything like that. Well, technically it is, but, like, controlled. Or at least within normal biological bounds. I understood car crash and got scared. Ew, yeah, no. No, I'm good. I'm good. Methinks if I had a car crash today, I would be a little bit less likely to be streaming right now. Maybe. Just a teeny tiny little bit. Circumstances dependent. I'm used to odd people and Archive of Your Own writers. They are not a great example, but still. I'm not entirely sure how to interpret that. Is there a tendency for AO3 writers to find themselves in car accidents or something that I don't know of? Oh, those people. Okay, okay. Now I get it. Now I get what you mean. Yeah. Like... I understand what you mean now. Okay. Yeah, no. I think when you're posting about it just for the sake of having the reaction, that's a little bit... In my case, I just want to keep you guys updated on state of existence so that you can have an understanding of what to expect from me within reason. Sadly, with the example of a car crash, with some people are fine. Yeah. That's the thing when you had impact scenario, a vehicle impact scenario, is that sometimes there are aftershocks that you don't necessarily feel immediately after it happens. And it can be a half an hour later before your body goes into shock because of the adrenaline drop. Or something like that. It gets a little crazy. Okay, so now I can come back to this one and I can narrow it down because I want these plates to be responsible for holding the Cabicon in place. So now we go edit mode, grab all of you, and we go scale X, reduce, and pull you closer. And let's just make sure. That this makes sense still. Mostly. Mostly. Okay. That reminds me, do you have the egg boiling clock again? I need to know because I'm not scared. I do, in fact, and you've just reminded me that I forgot to reset it after I lost, after the last hydrate. So, there we go. Hydrate timer has now been reset for the next 30 minutes. There we go. Thank you for the reminder, because I was a dumb bird and I forgot to switch it back on. What? Okay. Now we need to come over here. Hide that plate for a bit. And let's just let this make a little bit more sense again. Okay. Now here. I can come into these again, edit, mode, grab everything. And pull it tight again. Like such. Now this is why I am doing this model before I'm finalizing the reference sheet, because there are now mechanical details that are being made clear here that would not make sense in two dimensions without having first discovered, oh hello, I've got a great giant gap over here. So this is where now the editing hat needs to come out, and now we go into problem solving mode, and that becomes guideline for targets, but edits need to take place. This might be a stupid question. There's no such thing. Okay, there are such things as stupid questions, but this is not one of them. This is not a rigging point, as in, this is part of a sword that doesn't move, so it's not a moving rig. Well, the majority of the sword isn't going to move. However, if we look at the sketch that we've got back here, we've got a mechanism that I wanted to be able to animate. So that, or at least have a mechanism on a bone structure for the slide of that gold front plate. On the one side, and this flap on the other, so that the asset that this is going to be will be able to actually make those adjustments as needed depending on the use case. So because we needed to be able to actually visibly open up and be able to exchange the gem in the center here, because I'm assuming it's some sort of magical power core of some description. And that's just an assumption on my part, don't take that as fact. But with that being the working assumption, it feels like it needs to be able to actually operate in order to get the full functionality out of this particular asset. No, it's just this face. Okay, come back here. Alright, so now, because we've applied the solidify modifier, we've now got all of these vertices to work with, and now we can actually adjust our depth. So I'm going to grab these for a start and pull them down. because that is holding the core in place. Is this for your game? No, this is part of a commission for Zany. However, while it's part of what is essentially a character design commission, I am looking at this from the perspective of an artist who might need to actually make use of the reference and might actually need to draw the character. And I want to make life simpler for them. Because this sword is a little bit on the fancy side. So, I would really, really hate to have to try and figure out how to draw that angle without a 3D reference. Like, drawing, for example, that angle without the reference. Trying to figure that out from just the two-dimensional one-side illustration that you'd get on the reference sheet. Every artist is going to end up with a different interpretation of how this thing is actually shaped. So providing an actual 3D asset that a person can pose and manipulate according to the angle and the composition of the illustration, it will make life a lot easier for them. Also, in the submission form for the commission, Zany did indicate that there's a non-zero chance that there would be a 3D model made for the character. So, doing the prep work for at least having the weapon just also takes a little bit of stress off of the 3D artist as well on that front. Basically trying to make it such that the artists are not going to come after me with a bunch of pitchforks for making something impossible to work with. Don't take this the wrong way, you're extra and you're also very nice. I appreciate. The one thing that I want to not be is that one person who has exactly zero concept of how the stuff that I make for other people gets used. Because if you make stuff with the wrong idea of how it's going to get used, what's eventually going to end up happening is that it's going to be absolutely useless for any and all production pipelines that are going to follow. And inevitably, you're going to end up having, instead of getting it right the first time, you're going to spend months and hopelessly too much money going through multiple artists and all of the revisions trying to get something possibly functional. So trying to get it right the first time around just strikes me as a slightly better use of everyone else's time. And in order to do that, you need to actually look at the use case, look at what the person is actually planning to do with the product that you are making, and literally think like a consumer. If I was someone who was receiving this asset, what would I want to be able to achieve with it? If I was receiving this design, what would I need out of it in order to be able to accurately interpret this design so that my client is happy? And when it comes to the reference sheets and such, that's when all of this becomes necessary. Because goodness alone knows, I was not going to try and figure out how to draw the side-on view for this weapon without having 3D modeled it first. It was just not gonna fly. Because there were things in how all the angles work together that do not make sense until you can actually physically see it in front of you. And it takes a very special kind of spatial awareness to be able to plan for that without actually embolding the thing. And it's something that can be trained and thought out. But sometimes you just got to do it before you can... You got to actually do the construction before you can see the deconstruction. I need to check some conversions. What's your currency? I operate VGen in British pounds. My currency in my country of residence is South African rands. But for the purposes of anything VGen related, I operate in pounds. Not VGen? Okay. South African rands. ZAR. Zulu Alpha Romeo. I love the dragon design that they have in the gold, but I'm also following Sellsword, and after watching them for so long, I know that they would hate this. This is not practical for defending the hand. Yeah, let's phrase it this way. I have not yet been happy with this shape either. Like, yes, there is this piece of the handguard here that would potentially block anything coming through from this side. But this cage does need to close a little bit. $0.06 to the rand. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right for most currencies, yeah. Yeah. I find the best thing to do for a fantasy designs is to get a Hema nerd and wait until they break down crying. When that happens, you've got peak fantasy design. Oh my. Save button. Let's start with the save button. Maybe that's a good idea. It's more practical than most fantasy swords. Yeah, I tried just a little bit, just a itty bitty little bit. I'm at least considering some form of practical considerations, just a tiny bit. Am I wrong? There are two people who you need to get to make cry. If you are aiming for that kind of fantasy, it's the HEMA nerds and it's the cosplayers. Because the floating things and the articles of clothing that sit in places that make no sense, then yes, that is if that's the brand of fantasy that you are trying to design for, then yes, those are the two groups that you have to make cry. I err to the slightly more practical side of fantasy, generally. But yeah, it's fun. I like the way you think, Fred. Hello, Sai. Welcome in. Did I just hit the save button? No asterisk in the file name? Yes, I did. Okay. For a moment there, I thought I hadn't. Slightly more practical. I've seen you go on rants about anatomy and practicality. Yes, I have. Although I do understand the occasional burst of absurdity for absurdity's sake. Let me just rename this. This is going to be cross guard side plate. She says just before a disconnection. Oy, oy, oy. I think the most impractical parts of the sword are the pommel and the blade, also the guard depending on its girth. Like, the guard is not desperately wide. Like, I'm trying to keep it as slimline as practically possible. And also, because of the construction, it's actually almost hollow. Like, this is the... In the barest construction, that would be the basically full assembly. It's too long, it's too short, the side of the hilt is wrong, the thickness of the blade is wrong, there's too many decorations, it does not make sense how to hold it. Oh dear. You're using it wrong, holding it in your back does not make sense, etc, etc, etc. Yeah. Looks like a good guard to me, but I'm also not a pro HEMA fencer. You know what? Fair. I don't think most of us are. I honestly don't even think there is HEMA even available in my country now that I think about it. Maybe one or two enclaves of it someplace? Ooh, this needs to be narrowed. That has no mounting point. Look at this clipping through here. That needs to be repaired. That needs to be repaired. That's why it's on its hip. Can't complain about where it's stored now. Yes. And considering, let me just go back here. Considering. Sigh, that is not wrong. Very much not wrong. I just want to go over here. I want to go aft view. Jacket off. Sword on. Considering also that how this is mounted on the belt we have the very maneuverable leather straps holding the scabbard, the primary pivot point with the weight, and then the support point so that the bottom doesn't drag. That is super flexible. So even if you grab it in a backhanded grip with the left hand, then you can still pull it forward and the back of the scabbard will still pivot around backwards. So it will still functionally be able to be drawn in a way that makes sense. So I am satisfied that even the back draw on this makes sense. The over the shoulder back draw is not necessarily something that works in all cases, but this kind of back draw, it would absolutely 100% work. Now, let me go and just fix this positioning, because this is too wide. Okay. And now we return to our crossguard, because now that mounting makes sense. Yay! I'm not a HEMA expert whatsoever, even though I do fancy old Japanese swords for a few years now. I have a sword nerd friend, also sells sword art, just made the entire subject really interesting. That is true. Seen plenty of videos about sheathing a sword on your back and how it's not realistic for combat, but when it would have been just used as carrying a sword on long journeys? Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, especially when you're dealing with, like, the big swords, and you need to just have a way to transport it that leaves your hands open. Yes, it makes sense. I like that we're all agreeing that HEMA experts and cosplayers would be crying over the design for completely different reasons, but also the same reasons. Yeah. Probably in areas you're confident you won't have to suddenly defend yourself. Yeah, so like basically from if you were a battalion of fresh blood going from the center of your territory towards the edge of the empire where you are to be stationed in a fortification, but while you're still traveling within your own territory. That sort of travel, 100%, it makes sense. It would not be for, okay, you are now an army on the march of conquest or on patrol. It would not be that sort of a carrying. If I recall correctly, especially the large swords just didn't even have sheaths anyway. Yeah, you'd have to wrap them up in a piece of oiled cloth or something just so that it would be protected, because you want to carve a sheath out of wood for something that size? Are you crazy? It makes no sense. The sheath would be heavier than the sword. Because even though they were pretty big, size for size, they were actually kind of lightweight. And the perceived weight has all just got to do with the weight distribution on the actual blade. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty happy that those side plates now make sense. Reminds me of that one from Gurren Lagann where he's unsheathing his katana and they make it look way longer than it actually is just for style because Studio Trigger. Yes, well, when it comes to animation, you can do stuff like that because the rule of cool and cinematography and extreme foreshortening and yes. Gotta be honest, using Amazon from unnatively is a pain. I can believe that. I can 100% believe that. Okay, this is your 1-minute warning to the hydrate timer. Just FYI, anyone who is avoiding a minor cardiac event. We're 1 minute to the next hydrate timer-ish. Less than. It's closer to 30 seconds now. But since you won't let me pay you, this is the next best thing. Ayo. Thank you. Save. No, I have no idea what you have in mind, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Just considering how long you've been waiting for all of this madness. And to go with that, the absolutely remarkable grace and patience that you have shown me, I could not, with everything that has happened since you submitted the initial request in September. I still can't deal with that. I could not in good conscience ask you to pay for extra stuff at this point. I suppose you'll find out between the 6th and the 14th of July. Oh my. Thank you, Zany. I don't know what you got, but thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate it so much. Yeah. Come on. Why are you being stupid? Silly. Keyboard shortcuts, not keyboard shortcutting. I mean, look at this. It's like it wants to double tap before it'll do anything. Okay, add modifier, generate, mirror. Add modifier, generate, solidify. Solidify ahead of mirror. 0, 0, 2. X and Y. clipping on. Move that in. No, clipping off for a moment, because first I want to... do that. Okay. All right. Getting places. Getting places. Okay, so this now needs to get narrowed, because otherwise this plate... Actually, no, this plate does make sense, because it only needs to hold the top plate in place. It doesn't actually need to make contact with the Capricorn. Okay, but one thing that I need to do, because this is making it impossible to see, is I need to just darken the world that I'm dealing with here. That does not actually do anything that helps me. Viewport display, that's what I'm looking for. Also not what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, never mind. All I'm doing is making myself confused and lost. Eh? What? Shroud this realm in darkness. Give in to the chaos. I have no idea what that's regarding Psy, but it sounds perfectly menacing. Perfectly on brand for the evil mastermind theme. Dun dun dun. I guess shrouding the realm in darkness didn't work, never mind. Oh, it was in relation to finding the to changing the world color. Yeah. It's it didn't work. What happens when you shroud the world in darkness is that you learn very quickly that the little toe is an organ designed for finding your furniture. That's what happens. That's what happens. Nothing useful else changes. Okay, so starting point. It was also in reference to how, as one knows if they read up on the law, obviously, because eggs are an unstabilizable object, birds are avatars of chaos. Fair. Fair. Okay, so at this point, the shape that we see in the sketch reference is more vibe, but now we've just got to make this actually work in reality. So we're going to start with a bunch of loop cuts. That'll do. And then same up here. Now, if I was not completely dumb, I wasn't completely dumb, but I wasn't perfectly smart neither. Fine. There was a little bit, teeny little bit of back bend, but not enough. On that plate. Okay. So mood-wise, we're almost there. Let's see if I can get this to match on this line at the very least. Okay, on this line, not quite. Okay, now loop cuts. I'm gonna need at least that many. Come on. The amount of craziness that I need to go through in order for this thing to realize that I do in fact want to hit the merge button is insane. This is what happens when you try and dual wield your input devices, but okay. How is that working? Mostly. It's working mostly. And otherwise generally better than anticipated. Save. Object mode. Okay, so aesthetically, I'm happy with those shapes. So now what needs to happen is I need to apply some of these modifiers so that I can decide which side is going to flip up and slide away, and add the associated hardware on the inside, because otherwise every time you look at it like this, you're going to see how is it actually attaching and doing any of the things that it needs to be able to do, because some people are detail oriented and will pick apart things like this. Also, the more details that you give, the more likely it is that any mad person who decides that they actually want to build this thing for a cosplay or whatever, or as an ornament, well, if you have reasonable, thought-out details, the more likely they're going to be actually be able to make the thing, to be able to do the thing. So, yeah, let's make it make sense. Yeah? Yeah, okay. We have made huge progress on this. I kind of like how in this particular view, because of the way that the scene lighting is set up, you can actually see that the crystal over there is actually see-through. You can actually get backlight coming through it, which you can't see from the front because you've got light bouncing off the surface on that direction. Because the light is coming from, for all practical purposes, over the viewer's shoulder from this angle. It's actually kind of cool how that works out. Alright, What I need to do before I do that, though, is I want to just soften those corners to have the same sort of rounding over here, because otherwise it feels out of place. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to apply mechanical hardware so that we can get these mechanisms working. Thereafter, we can look at the final embellishments, which are going to be the embedded gems on the actual blade, and redoing the wire cage over there again. Okay, and then that will be this job done, check mark, sorted. Oh, right, but then I still need to do the leather wrapping and the engraving. I still need to do the leather wrapping and the engraving. I never reset the timer. I never reset the timer. Timer on. Go. So, let's close that. Now, we need to be object mode, yes. Let's see. Apply the solidify. Apply the mirror. Edit mode. Mesh, separate by loose parts, object mode. So that one we're going to hide because that's going to be our static plate. And I'm going to undo a bunch of what I just did because I made a mistake. What I want to do is I want to duplicate the mirror modifier. Make sure that is the y-axis modifier. Make sure that is the x-axis modifier. Apply the x-axis modifier. Y-axis is still like that. Good. Edit, mesh, separate by loose parts, object. So now on this one, we should still theoretically have full maneuverability. Yes, good. So, slide plate, sorted. Now we need to do the same on the other one. So, first things first, duplicate that modifier, make this one X, make this one Y. Apply X. Y still works, okay. Edit, mesh, separate by loose parts. Object. So those two get hidden because I'm not working with them yet. And these ones are going to be the ones that are going to move. So, let us start. Yes. If the gold plates are connected through the paired slits in the blade without a hinge, would there be enough clearance for the silver plates? So my idea is that only one side of the mechanism moves. Only one side of the mechanism is going to move. So, these two, I'm going to actually end up mounting so that they'll be static. And then the sliding mechanism for the gold plate that's going to go through here should have enough space on this side, but if it doesn't, then I'll make a little notch there as needed on that side plate for the silver one. And then on the silver one, what we're going to do is we're going to apply a little hidden hinge so that it can actually snap open. Probably not there. It's probably going to be two hinges on the sides there like that. And that hinge will probably... What's actually missing from this entire thing is a locking mechanism now that I'm looking at it, because otherwise it could still just fall apart and flop open. So there needs to be a locking mechanism somewhere on one side here. I'll figure out the locking mechanism still. It looks like it needs to be something that you can't accidentally release in normal use. It needs to be something that can only be done intentionally. In which case, the best place for it might actually be somewhere not here, because this is where it's going to rub against the base of the thumb. Now the knuckles go through this part, which means where are fingertips most likely to end up? Either here, yeah, on either of the flats is where the fingertips are most likely to end up. With the palm sitting on this side opposite the dragon, which means this section here is going to be our best bet for the button or for the release mechanism. So let me just add a little cube, scale, just as a little marker for myself. Maybe using a pin running through the guard close to where the thumb sits to lock it together. Yeah, something like that. So I'm just going to temporarily call this one lock mechanism. And how it actually ends up looking, I'll figure it out yet. But for practical purposes, where it gets accessed, that is the place where it's least likely to be released by accident. Is approximately there. Okay, so we're going to go to the slide plate first. I think that's going to be our best bet. Did the first message not send? No, the first one did in fact not send. What I want to do is I want to go object duplicate, and I want to put this in here so that I can hide that again. Oh, if one side is static and the other is not, wouldn't it be easier to have both plates connected and mounted to struts that run through the slits and hinge from the opposite side? Processing. Just trying to visualize what you're describing here. How am I understanding that description? Both plates connected and mounted to struts that run through the slits and hinge from the opposite side. Okay, so by both plates, do you mean both the gold plates? Or both the gold and silver plate on one side? Both plates on one side. Yeah, the reason why I didn't consider having both slide along the rail is just got to do with, once again, having an extra layer to make sure that it doesn't all with one centripetal swing fling outward and then boom, there goes your crystal. Because this thing is dealing with a lot of heavy forces. So the less weight that could be on a sliding mechanism that could get flung if a part fails. I feel is less likely to end up with a bad day. Not that I see enough space available there. Doesn't look like there's enough room for what I was thinking. Oh, okay. Undo. What does that say? Only cut the flatmost geometry? I do not want that. That is the setting that I specifically do not want. Okay. What is it? That keeps not working. Yeah, it's wild. Okay. And this is going to be scale x0. Like that. And we're going to go grab outside. And that one. Extrude. Scale Y. And pull that up a bit. Scale Z down a bit. Scale Y out a little bit more just for safety. Scale Y, and like so. So this primary purpose is to keep it on the sword as it slides. But the actual lock mount is not going to be part of this thing. So this is going to be cross guard slide T, just for the sake of knowing what the piece is. It will later be joined to that side plate. But not immediately. We've at least got it in place. So now on this side, it is hidden. Aesthetically pleasing. But you can still see that there is a difference between one side and the other. Hooray! Okay. Hide the slide plates. Now the side plates. Now this is the one that the slide goes on. Yeah? So, immediately, I'm gonna hide the slide plate. And what I need to do is I need to once again take this object here, copy it, and paste it. Yes, okay. Now this, we're going to add a Boolean modifier. Object is going to be slide cut 001, hide you. And now we've got a nice clean cut. Wahahaha. So that our slide plate can go through there. It's supported, it is stabilized, and it is long enough. Yay! Let me see. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay. So that is one mechanical problem solved. Now, what we need to figure out is how to get that to actually clip into place. because it needs to be held in position once it has slid up. And I'm thinking that mechanically the easiest way to do this, and I'm just going to hide this so that I can grab a screenshot, because I don't really know how to do the annotations thing in Blender yet. I'm not willing to figure it out just right this very second, so I'm just going to pull it over to Clip Studio. Considering we've got a slide mechanism, and we know that we want to put our lock here in some way, the easiest way I can think of to hold this in place would be to have some sort of a junction hook like that, which can slide like so. This brush is way too big. So some sort of a hook like this that goes to our mechanism. That can then slide to an open position so that there's clearance. Okay. And to keep that in place, you'll have the moving latch for your slide lock. Which can be a loop. That latch can be a loop. Through which you can have a rotating pin that's mounted here. On a hinge. So it's a double lock in that sense. So you'd have a loop mechanism that is in its locked position. And in its unlocked position. I did send a very rushed sketch of the idea presented for further visualization. I don't expect it to be used, but I did want to clarify the visual. Oh, okay. Hold up. Let me go see. Okay, I see. Okay, so that makes sense for holding the sliding part in place. Now let's figure out... wait, the sliding part, if the sliding part holds in place, it already automatically holds down the part that's on the hinge. The silver part that's on the hinge, because that is not in danger of flying anywhere if it's mounted up here. If your silver part is mounted here on hidden hinges, centripetal force isn't going to cause that to flop open. So as long as those are structurally sound, which means they're going to need to have enough meat on them. They're going to need to be pretty meaty to make sure that even on the fastest swings, it's not gonna bend this hook. I'm happy with that mechanics. I think it makes sense. Does it make sense, or am I being dumb? I hope it makes sense. Anyway, that was a hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. And that is the end of my coffee. And that is the next 30-minute timer. There we go. Okay. Back to Blender. Let's see if the idea will work. So first things first, object mode, come back to our T's. And show our slide plate on the opposite side, because that is going to be the excess space that we're going to need for this operation to work. The arm on the right may need to move to the other side so as to not scratch the gem when opening. I'm not sure which right is in place. Maybe a pinch latch? Yeah, it's the thing I'm scared with pinch latches is that they're difficult to fix if they break. So let me just hide that one again. Now we'll probably need to add a clearance channel here. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's definitely I'm definitely going to need to check my clearances, which is part of the process of just refining. it might need to be set like that instead of being perfectly centered. Because reducing that width in order to accommodate holding it in place while also giving space for the slide mechanism is not necessarily a bad idea. And then I can add a couple of little hidden support plates where it would be concealed so that it can't accidentally fall through to a depth that we don't want it. Maybe. It's an option. For now, I will leave it where it was and just hide it. No, I'm not going to hide it because I need to keep it in consideration. Let's add cube. This is going to be our slide lock pin. No, slide lock hooks. That's what this is going to be. And it's going to be a small, much smaller. Okay. Nope. Grab that, extrude. There we go. Now replicate that. And technically there should probably be wheels and springs, maybe, to force that to bounce down and hook up. Strong spring would probably work, but I don't really think it's necessary to model all of that information. That would be hidden inside that shaft. If I were making a CAD model for 3D printing, maybe I would consider it. But that is in fact not the case. Okay. First, spacer. Okay. Now, in order for that to not be annoying, probably needs to be over here. Which means maybe not quite that severe. Come on. So many adjustments that I'm going to need to make. Okay. In order for this to work. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to grab those two and I want to go inset, scale Y, and I want to go subdivide. Ugh, never mind that. Toaster, hello, hello, welcome in. How you be, sir? I be. How you do, be do. We exist. We exist. Autocorrect. Ah, yes, autocorrect be much annoyance. But we're good. We're good. How about you? Where? We are making good progress on the model for Zany's sword. I'm just currently fighting a little bit of engineering. On a locking mechanism. That may or may not have a half a chance of working. In functional reality. Whether it does or not is anyone's guess. Whether it would or not is anyone's guess. I don't know, I'm not an engineer. I am trying to solve the problem. Okay. Object. Shade auto smooth. So, save button. Save button. Let's see. Big stretch. Yeah, that was my entire shoulder having a need for mobility at this time. Eck. Let me just take that cable out of the mix because I think this thing is charged enough. So let's just see. Theoretically, that's the range of movement on this thing. I think I'm understanding what you've sent, Zany. I think. So let me come back over here. Have I got a clean one? Yes, I do. Now let me not be an imbecile and actually draw on a clean layer on the top. So we've got loop, we've got pin. What might work is if we apply 2 pivots, that these mount onto. I'm liking where this is going, but I need to just assess what my relationship is going to be here between these parts. So if that's in the open position, then pivots need to be like so. Unless we move these to the opposite sides. And open position is like that. so that closed position. Be like that. That's why I put the switch nub on the other side, although the spring could also be used to keep it in a closed position when need be. Like, I'm just thinking of what could we do to have the least number of parts that would need to be fiddly, right? Because springs have a nasty habit of wearing down in unreliable ways. But if you've got something like that, which then latches mechanically you get the benefit of the slide without the hooks crossing the gem and without needing anything with springs, because there's a rotation, not a need to depress and hold fast upward. So you'd have that hinge and that hinge. We're prototyping. That's true. As such, I'd prefer the nub to be on the same side as the hook so that the mechanism doesn't accidentally get opened while holding and squeezing the Hilton God. Yeah, which is why I've got the to have a 3D model to be able to display what I'm talking about here. So with the God as it is over here, right? How the hand would grip would be thumb down and fingers across like that, right? So here there is very little scope to accidentally touch it, whereas if it were on the finger side, every time you potentially try and wrap your fingers around, there's a chance that you'd accidentally unlatch it. Just like you have pictured here. Yeah. That doodle looks very cursed. But yeah. It feels like it's the most out of the way place for it, I feel. Because here... right by the guard... I'm scared if your fingers brush against the guard, there's a chance of it hooking on while wrapping your hands around the hilt. You know what? Before I go any further with modeling, let's try with putting a bone in here and seeing what we can get right. Now let's see what I can remember about working with armatures. To add to its locking, add a smaller nub under the switch nub that can go into a groove at each position to give the switch more resistance to opening on its own. Yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with brass pivot latches. Let me see if I'm giving it the right name. That is not the article of hardware that I was looking for. Those are hinges. Those are hinges. Okay, so I found a reference. because this is the sort of thing that I had in mind. So this loop, that loop here, this would be what I have in mind for what this loop over here is. So you've got this, let me just see if I can split screen this. Let me see if I can split screen this. There we go. So, this is trippy. You'd have the moving part over here, and then this, which is usually really high resistance and can be tightened with the bolt, usually on top, even more if need be. That would prevent it from rattling either which way. Those kinds of latches, they can be really, really firm in my experience. It's also, once again, a simple solution to a complex problem. Now I need to see if I can remember how to get pivoting armatures to work. Let's see if I have half an idea of what I'm doing. Okay. Hello, Calyx, welcome in. I'm just gonna do that. Is that... Okay. That should be the whole bone, yes, okay. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I'm remembering how to handle something off of a tutorial that I watched about 8 months ago, plus, regarding rigging pistons. Wow. YouTube. I need to make sure that you can't hear what my YouTube is doing. Capture card is mute. Yes. Okay, so tutorial. Rigging Blender. Rig a type I'm looking for... Was it this one? It was this one! Gasp. I found the exact same tutorial that I found some time ago. Wow. Okay. Oh my. I'm already confused. And it's not been playing for more than 2 seconds. Okay. So. Let's first go object mode. Viewport display. In front. Okay. For you to in like that. And you like that. Right? Let's see. Let's see if I can more or less figure out exactly what I'm doing here. Okay. I don't know if that's the right thing that I'm looking for. This might be the one that I'm looking for. Oh my word. Let's first have a look-see. What have we got in terms of bone requirements here? I need one more. I need one more bone. I think. I really hope that this is right. Roughly. I've got no clue. Okay, this is the point where the brain is melting, and I'm not enjoying having the brain melting while I'm on stream. I will watch this tutorial in the time between now and the next stream. So it is now 4 in the morning, and we have done only working on this, and I thought I was going to be doing task switching today. Haha, it's fine. Where's my armature? In the crossguard? That's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. let's just do this. I want to be out of edit mode. I want to go into object mode, and I want to see what it's looking like at the moment. Armature hidden. Let's just show all of the bits and pieces. Locking mechanism. Off. Okay. So aesthetically, we're a lot further down the line. And we've at least now got half a plan for the locking mechanism and how it's going to work. Still made significant progress? I think so. I think so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just close that because I don't need it, but I am going to save this file, save as. Sword locking mechanism idea. Boom. There we go. So that should give me half an idea of what I'm actually doing. With the brain being molten at this point in time, I'm gonna call it on working on the sword for now. But I'm probably gonna stick around in Blender, and I'm actually going to probably task shift over to something that makes me feel like I'm working on something different for a change, because I feel like I've not worked on anything other than Zany's reference for 2 weeks. Which is ironic given the number of days where it feels like I haven't actually made progress because I've had a whole bunch of IRL stuff happening. But it's fine. We are getting places. We're getting places. We're getting places. I'm convincing myself that as well. So, save. I'm going to quickly go walk a turn and top up on my coffee. Also, it's 4. Why are we awake? This is when I have my work shift. My work shift is between the hours of like 10 p.m. and 5 in the morning. Like my main work shift is between like 10 p.m. and 9 in the morning and 5 in the morning. Because that's when you guys are here! Woohoo! But yeah, big progress. I'm gonna quickly go and top up on the coffee for the last hour. And then we shall resume, and then I'm going to be working on, I think, the Wilhelm model a little bit, I think. I've still got a lot of hair modeling to do. Heh, it's only 9:15 for me. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Legitimately, that is why I'm streaming now, is because it's like evening, early evening to happy hour type time for you guys in the Americas. I'd be here if you work at like 4 to 5 EU time. Yeah, I'm saving that. Let's phrase it this way. I tried that for a while and no one showed up. because people were not available at that time. As an example, yeah. Like on Thursdays, that's usually my EU time zone day, like between the hours of 9:30 and midnight. That's usually my EU time slot. However, from this Thursday until about the 6th of June, I'm going to be operating entirely on Guerrilla schedule, and I am going to be streaming in daylight hours. If I get an opportunity to stream, it will be during daylight hours in the EU time zones. So, like, I live in Central European time, right? And because I am in the last 2 weeks leading up to my brother's wedding, there's a whole lot of logistic chaos going on, and I need to be awake in my own time zone, which means that I have no idea when I will actually be able to stream during those days between this Thursday and the 6th. So, yeah, congratulations. Yeah, it's fun. It's exciting. It's big stuff. And we're now on home straight leading up to the event, which means all of the last minute chaos and social gatherings with family coming from abroad and everywhere is happening. So yes, I will be working very ad hoc. As I get an opportunity to do so, there will be at best a half an hour's warning, and there will be BRB sections while I'm handling other chaos. So, yeah, the next couple of weeks are gonna be wild. They're gonna be wild. But it's gonna be fun, yeah. So, yes, I'm just gonna quickly go make coffee, and then I will come back. We're gonna work on the Wilhelm model. Working on hair, and then we are gonna call it a day before sunrise. Well, sunrise is a ways away. Isn't it? Wasn't it solstice? A couple of days? Oh, it was solstice a couple of days ago already. Wow. Okay, cool. Which means that the sun is getting closer. The sun is getting closer. Yay. Sun is getting closer. Summer is coming. Joy. I love it. Anyway, I understand you had my older brother my older sibling had a wedding when I was in the second semester of my second year of uni. Oh my word. That sounds like a very busy time. Fun, singing like Tigger. Yeah. I actually have no idea. It's been a small eternity since I've heard any of those characters. But anyway, yeah, be right back. Where's that button? There's that button. Does it work? Yes, it works. Okay, awesome. See you all momentarily. Alright, I return and coffee has been acquired. Ack! Oh, chair. Okay. Alright. So, we are now task switching. Hooray. So currently I am working on a fan model for Wilhelm van der Bos in 3D as well, because that seemed like a really clever idea at the time. And I'm still very excited to actually get something that works and is usable, sorted. So what I have been working on here, I believe, was I was just correcting the shape of the back of the head and neck before going anywhere else, because I was not entirely happy with how this was shaping up. So let's just see what we had here. Yes, I had a whole bunch of weird separations here that I want to grab basically all of this and be gone with it, because I don't like how any of that is behaving. And I wanted to actually do something different in terms of how I've got the hair back built. So let's just get those edges like that. Yeah. Extrude. What I want is I'm gonna do I'm definitely gonna need to make some changes here. Edge clear seam for a start. 1 3D. I'm going to please need clarification on what you mean by that question, Moonshiro. Read again, will not 1. I'm still confused. Still confused by what I'm reading. Okay, now what I wanted to try and do Oh, okay, okay, no. Alex, hello, welcome in. Yes. Yes, this is a vol model. Yes, this is a vol model. But hello, Alex, welcome in. Now, I'm trying something which is maybe a little bit strange in terms of how it looks for now, in terms of what is probably normal for the flow for short hair rigs. I don't know. We'll see if it works. It's a full 3D model and you want to tame the hair? Yeah, no. Taming the hair is maybe a tall mask. Actually, actually doing tame hair is probably easier than doing the untamed hair. Let's just be real. Let's just be very real. Tamed hair is definitely going to be easier than untamed hair. In this particular case. Now there's method to the madness. There is method to the madness. We'll see exactly how methodical the madness is, but if it works, yay. If it doesn't work, oh well, I tried. Okay. And one more of those should do. It's gonna need to be 2. It's gonna need to be 2. This one's loop cut. Otherwise, the individual piece is gonna be too tall. Now it looks really weird at the moment, but there is, like I said, gonna be method to the madness. So, First things first. Take that lot and make sure that all of those edges are seams. Make sure edges are seams. Okay. Then grab these guys over here and go subdivide. Okay. Clear that seam. Mark that one. Clear that one. Mark seam. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to slide these ones this way and like so. So why would messy hair be easier than neat hair? Other way around. Other way around. Neat hair is easier than messy hair. Yeah. So with neat hair, you don't need to worry about things like flyaways and stray curls in places, which are all things that Ville's hair is known for. But yeah, it's as you say. The complexity of messiness makes it more work to do than neat stuff, which is generally more basic shapes. For an owl, he does pretty much have an owl nest of hair. Yeah. The messy hair is iconic. Okay, this isn't behaving exactly like how I expected it would, but it's fine. I didn't expect that I would be able to get it to behave exactly like how I wanted it on the first attempt, considering that I've been visualizing how I was going to model this between the hours of 5 and 6 in the morning for several days, trying to figure it out while I wanted to try and sleep. Oh dear. How to get the flow to flow the way that I want it to. But I think I'm getting there. Corrections will need to be made to that, but it's fine. I just want to get the flow of this bottom of the head to make sense. Because we're doing the short haircut, thankfully I'm intimately familiar with how short hair falls in this kind of a way. And I just generally didn't want these pieces to be too tall, because if the different sections are too large, then it actually adds to looking too neat. Okay. All right. We've almost got our basic shell in place. Which is going to be the root of everything that we're going to work on. So I think I'm going to take it from here. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of this and we're going to go plus. And grab all of that. And we're going to go plus, plus, plus. And grab you. And we're going to go mesh. Separate. Selection. Okay. Hide. The other one. Go over here. And we're going to go apply the mirror modifier because from here we don't want mirroring. All right. Then we're going to start taking these bottom edges and extruding them out. But what I am going to do is I'm going to firstly undo all of that because I want to do this. Mesh. Split. Faces by edges. Okay, so now everything should be split. And now that one, I should be able to go take those two and remove those faces. And I should be able to take those two, remove those faces. Now, it's fine that there's a little bit of a gap here because we are going to do an interesting thing with layers. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create utter insanity in my layer list. So this is going to be sideburns. This is going to be hair back. I'm just going to call it HB because it's all going to break into chaos now. Mesh, separate by loose parts. Now every single one of these little blocks is a loose part. Object mode. Now we randomly start wherever number 1 happens to be, and we come over there. Where is number 1? We are on number 1. We're here. We grab the bottom edge. We extrude. Edge, clear seam. Extrude. Extrude. Scale. 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 And now slowly we let things start taking shape. Now, I could do it in numerical order, but I actually want to start from the bottom and work upwards. So we're going to go back to object mode and we're going to start over here. Edge, clear seam. There we go. And I actually want this to go more this way, on this side. Okay, something like that. Take that one, mark seam. And here we're going to extrude that up. We're going to extrude that way. Merge it last. Merge it last. Fill. Wait. Fill. Fill. There we go. Fill. Come on. Alright, now we come in here and we make this actually look like a strand of hair instead of a strand of mess. Okay. Object mode, object, shade smooth. Right. Actually gonna grab, hide the base mesh, hide those, hide that. So now I've only got those pieces, grab all of them, shade smooth. Not that you're going to be able to see anything happening there, but for now, that'll do. Okay. Next, you. Or are we done with you yet? Are we? Are we done with you yet? Probably not, no. Edit. Because that's too tall. And I feel like we can afford a little bit more resolution over here. Okay, there we go. Next one. Extrude, edge, clear seam, edge, mark seam. Okay, that'll work. Yep, that'll work, that'll work. Undo. Alright, that'll do the trick, okay. Edge, mark, seam. Now the reason why I'm marking the seams along the way is because that way I know that I've already got these UV unwrapped, basically, ready to fly. Which is going to be a huge help. Having my seams in the right place, like from the get-go, is the #1 way to stop me from suffering later. Because when it comes to modeling hair and UV unwrapping, pain is almost a non-negotiable in one way or another. But I can do everything in my power to make it less painful from as early in the process as possible. Now, what I want to do is I want to just hide this other one. If I can find it. Which one is it? Which one is it? You. Number 35. Because the numbering system is completely random here. Just so that I can actually see exactly how this is shaping up. Without other stuff in the way. Like, theoretically, I could do this symmetrically, and it would save me a lot of time, but it wouldn't be sufficiently messy. Alright. That'll do the trick there. Let's make this edge the seam. Extrude up. And this way. what I do want to do is I want to take that and just rip it. And then grab that one and dissolve. Okay. Yeah, so I'm happy with that one. Actually, what I'm just gonna do is grab all of them real quick. All 51 of these pieces. And apply that material. Edit mode. Select everything. Mesh, normals, recalculate outside, just make sure. Oh, come on, are you telling me that... Oh my word, it's not applying to all of them at the same time. Okay, never mind that then. Never mind that then. Okay, crazy. I'll just put the material on them as I go then, I guess. I guess that's just how it's gonna be. Oh joy. Edge, clear seam, and extrude. Let's see. No, I think this can actually... I'll come back to this one. Let me do this one first. Because I have an idea for what I want to do with the flow. Okay. There we go. Now here, what I want to do is... not you. Extrude. Okay. Those two. Merge at center. Merge at last. And mark seam. On this side, and now make it finer. There we go. This one's another loop cut right here. Okay. That's that one. Hoo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh wait, I saw a message that gives me an idea as to what to use. The burb doesn't see this message channel. Oh no. Oh dear. Braid's had an idea. Braid's had an idea. Chaos is about to ensue, guys. Guys, Braid's had an idea. Chaos is about to happen. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I'm looking forward to it. Braid's got a very, very particular brand of chaos, and it's definitely entertaining. I feel called out, but it's a good call out. You're completely right, though. Oh, woohoo! Now, this... it's gonna be higher. And extrude. Why does it feel like making the hair in 3D is a lot harder than in 2D, or about the same amount of difficulty? Depending on what this hairstyle is, approximately the same amount of difficulty, honestly. Because while 2D has certain restrictions that 3D doesn't, with 3D you've actually got to make the whole head of hair. And it has to look good from all of the angles. Whereas 2D you can kind of half get away with really cheating how the flow of things works quite significantly. I think the 3D space and shapes makes 3D harder than 2D. You know what? I'm gonna pull the same thing that my mom has said since I was like 4. It's not difficult, it's just different. Honestly, it's not difficult, it's just different. Both are time consuming depending on how you're doing things. Between both 2D and 3D, the same rule applies of the more complicated you make it, the longer it's going to take you. But the difficulty scales entirely according to your familiarity with the tools that you've got available to you. So, in much the same way as piloting a commercial jet would be completely foreign, alien, terrifying, and incredibly difficult territory for me, who does not understand those buttons. The same can be said for the process of, okay, for the guys who are using that tool set every day, it's a doddle to understand exactly what's going on. So, It's not difficult, it's just different. And how confident you are in your tool set at the end of the day is the thing that is going to be your determining factor on how you're going to make it work for you. Like, difficulty is a very challenging thing to quantify because it's all perceptual. All right, getting places. Now, let's see. because I will be frank, 3D is not an uncomplicated medium in terms of the stuff that you need to put in place in order for things to actually work. That being said, if you take the process one step at a time, really, much the same as anything. It's a great many things, but insurmountable is not on the list. Ha ha, toaster. Ha ha. Oh no, it's Alex. Sorry. Whoops. I misread. So I don't know if you guys are seeing the vision here, but basically it's all about layers. And I don't know if on this one I actually did. Did I do my seam? Yes, I did. Did I do my seam on this one? Yes, I did. Okay. I see here and I trust the process. Yep, that's at the end of the day what it's all about, is trusting the process. But what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to take this one and split it. That way. Because that way I don't have to deal with the same issue that I had over here with long bits in the wrong bits. No, it jumped at the wrong moment. Edge, mark seam. Grab you guys. Extrude. Up. My phone ran out of battery. Oh no! Now, if I'm not mistaken, it is now officially Wednesday, isn't it? It is officially Wednesday, gasp. That means. Am I... I am in fact not crazy. It is in fact Wednesday. That means... today is actually a special day for Plumies. Because it's officially Plumie's birthday! Woohoo! Technically. Well, it's today we're celebrating Plumie's birthday. Let's go, yeah! And on Wilhelm's channel, he's got some surprises lined up for us by the looks of things. So, why don't we go and wave some motivational pom-poms, yeah? When the time comes at 1 PM EDT. If you guys are available, Misslings, it would be really, really, really cool to see you guys drop in and wave some motivational pom-poms for Owlshare as well. The Plumies have occasionally dropped by in here a couple of times too. And I think it would be really, really cool if we can also show some support. Collectively. I might be in. Hopefully I can make it. Yay! That would be awesome. So it'll be 7 o'clock for 7 at night Europe time people. And for our American time zone friends, it will be 1 o'clock. And it looks like he's been cooking again. Which I'm not surprised by. He generally has a lot of offline time scheduled in his week. Which means one can only imagine how much he is working on stuff behind the scenes that we can't see. Yet. He's always cooking? He is always cooking. He is Owlshare for a reason. He's doing an amazing job, honestly. It's why things like this never feel like a waste. I'll be late because working till 7:30. Yeah. 7 at Europe time is usually my family's supper time as well, so it's like ah! And I think I might actually be in charge of cooking today. Oh no. Yeah. I was slack the last 2 days, and therefore I think tonight is going to be my turn to cook. So I'm going to try and see if I can do it early. Maybe I'll see what ingredients we've got. And if I can, I'll make something that can go in the fridge and just be warmed up at the opportune time. Hopefully you can make it. Yeah, I hope so. I will make a plan. I will make a plan, because it is a special day. Needless to say, most days I am late to stream when he is streaming. Else I'm in the VOD squad in the mornings. Okay. First line, how's the length on that? It might be a little bit short. It might be a little short. Let me just check the other reference. Yeah, it's a little on the short side. I thought so. It's tricksy to see. But it's got to basically come down to, at the very least, the notch of his lip. Okay, it does actually go. It's just art style then. Okay. We're not in as chaotic a position as I thought we were. Q. Now, where are we relative to this madness? Here? Hide the front ref. Okay. Schnitzel is a super good option? Yeah. I need to see what ingredients we've got. I finally understand why this is so interesting to me, aside from its technical part. This is reminding me of watching cosplayers design their wigs. Yes! It's very similar in concept, yeah. It's very, very, very similar. Like, what's fun with Blender, and I haven't really had the opportunity to play with it yet because, yeah, busy. But if you are doing more realistic style hair, if you do yourself a favor and make sections like this, and you do the hair particle generation for each section, right? There are tools in this free and open source software that let you literally comb and cut as if it were on a real person as well. So it's really cool. You can literally practice the same sort of interactions with how the fibers would behave as what you would experience while doing a real haircut even. So this is, you could open up Blender, use any head that you find in a place, wherever it is that you acquire models, put a wig cap on it, explode a bunch of particles out for the different hair sections, and then you can learn how to do haircuts. It's kind of crazy. Like, sure, the tools feel different in your hands, obviously, because it's totally a different tool set, but you've literally got access to the same sort of concept of, okay, with the contour of the head behaving this way, if I comb it this way and then slice it off that way, when I comb it flat, it's going to behave like this. And that's kind of really cool. This is powerful knowledge. It means if you ever want a version of your Alshi with a really messed up haircut, you can just mess it up yourself. Yes, we can shave him bald as a gift. Oh my. Oh my. It reminds me this one time in a membership stream. I think we were playing Gothic Phone, and the root sentence that was provided was, Wilhelm gets a new haircut, and the way that it devolved was hilarious, and boy oh boy did it devolve. Red being evil? Oh dear, that's a thought. Now that would have been one for the crossover challenge. That could be one for the crossover challenge. That's a fun thing though. Off with Will's challenges, even though the feature stream is like at a given month, you can do your entries at any time, really, after the effect. So Braid meets Will, Braid meets Evil crossover, it could happen. It could happen. Oh dear. Oh no, do not let Braid. Do not tell Evil about the additional body puppets. Oh no, I just told him. Oh dear, whatever shall we do? Best part is, for my lore and world build, a good argument can be made for it to be canon. Yes! And the same can be said for Misthaven in that regard as well, which is something I find infinitely fun. Cat's out the bag now. Yep. Shadows out the mirror, cat's out the bag. Oh dear, whatever shall we do? Make tea. It depends heavily on what's funnier, helping Evil or Wilhelm. Evil is fun to bully. Let's just phrase it that way. And he's the only one that we've got license to bully. We don't like bullying Will, but Evil we can bully. Or at least I feel like way. Was that entirely my bias when I was writing the Keep Flying comic? Absolutely. I will not deny it. We love some bias. Also, both. Eldritch Horror makes third side in conflict against everyone else is probably the true answer. You know what? Yes. That is also entirely plausible. Even if we try to go to him, we need to, like, a bunch of us so we can all tackle him at the same time, because he'll sneak attack. And work, but it's not very strong. Yes, being light as a feather and all. Yeah. We're not even knee high. We need a bunch of plumies all tackling him at the same time with evil. We could just turn our back on him. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Okay, I messed up in terms of the flow here. Because that needs a join. Because otherwise we've got this weird corner here that is absolutely terrible. So... that explains it. I did not actually have a thing there. I did not have a face there. I mean, I have two forms that aren't even 1 foot tall, and then menaces. What do you need as a taser? Oh dear, you'll never see it coming. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What's worst is figurine with a taser is canon. Figurine with a taser is canon. Oh no, oh no. Why does that explain the messy hair as well? I was not ready for this conspiracy theory this day. Okay, this is also not right. This needs to be subdivided. Join. Dissolve edge. Rotate. Rotate. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Nope. Undo. At this point, it's all just pushing and pulling, trying to get it to look good from as many angles as possible. And I made coffee and completely forgot to set my hydrate timer, so now the coffee is cold. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Also, it's almost 5:30 in the morning. Whoopsie. I've run a half an hour over time. Am I surprised? No. But we've got some strands done. We've got some strands done. Starting to look correctly messy. It keeps happening, yeah. Like, I'm starting to wonder if I need to start shifting stream time to like 10 instead of midnight, so that I can get those extra 2 hours. Sleep is important, though I wouldn't know. Yeah, no. Yeah, so we're getting places. So far, the plan seems to be working. It looks like the flow of the layers is gonna work, even though it looks like it's really messy over here. I support it. Some more sleep might help the hand heal up. Yeah. It has been interesting the last couple of days, let's phrase it that way. Let's just save. Close. When it's finished saving. That's done. I was saving a duplicate of that, I believe, yeah. So when that's finished, it should be closing. And that should be closing. It ought to be closing, anyway. Great. Now, let me just stand where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. I'm here. Okay. Hey. Hey. Don't minimize the wrong thing. Okay. Indeed, sleep is where the body can heal itself, I think. Yeah. So, the good news is that I was able to help the hand heal a little bit today by giving it a little bit of a break, in the sense that I migrated the mouse to the left hand. So there were still some things that I had to do right-handed, but I managed to move most of the tasks left-handed today with the mouse. Hence why my clicks were a little bit clumsier than usual. And that has helped. So just for the brain's sake, I ended up switching my main mouse button from left mouse button to right mouse button so that it feels the same in the hand to get the transition. And it so far seems to work. Even more importantly, every hour you're sleeping is an hour you're not making it worse. Yes. Yes. Granted, I had like a two-hour appointment, which ended up being like a 5-hour discussion. What is now yesterday morning, which meant that I was not in front of my computer. So that helped too. So, yeah. When I woke up yesterday morning, my hand was aching. Yesterday morning. Depending on where you're from, it was yesterday. It was aching yesterday. Let's just phrase it that way. So, yeah, that's basically seen. Yeah, it was the appointment that I had just before second sleep. Yeah. It ended up being a really long day, in actual fact, now that I think about it. Yeah. I will sleep on it and see what I can do in terms of what I can make for supper, that I will be able to actually be on time for the event. And then after the event, it will be more making of things. So probably continuing the sword and probably continuing this hair meshing madness, because it's actually a very relaxing thing to just extrude, pull it out, make a new curve, get the curve easy, you know. It's kind of brainless work almost, in a weird way, right? So when it comes to having something to not need to think too hard, coming back to the Alshi model is actually pretty comfy right now. It feels like something that is progress, but not necessarily quote-unquote work, if I can phrase it that way. I know that I've still got quite a bit to do in terms of I have, courtesy of Tawny, I still have 4 hours of Misthaven hours that I need to illustrate for before the 29th. We shall see how I'm going to fit that in. It might be reference sheeting. It's mostly Kerith, Erna, Aspen, and Claret, so I'll probably spend that cleaning up Kerith's design a little bit. And then I actually need to spend time working on 2 things with some degree of urgency as far as Project Misthaven, illustrations for Project Misthaven goes. The first is actually doing the in-game version of Harrier. That's going to be the 2.0 version, which is what we're going to aim for the 3D model. And then I also need to make a new starting soon screen, because it's still got the old design for Brock. It's still got Aspen as like major skirmisher, so I need to update that with Brock's new design, and I need to update that with actually including Ronan now. So I will need to do that at some point. It probably means that I'm going to also need to maybe make an adjustment to the animation a little bit. I'm gonna need to redo the Harrier's hair on that. Oh no. Okay, so I might actually end up doing a whole new starting soon screen. Maybe. I don't know. maybe something that is a little bit less timer sensitive, so that if chaos ends up happening and I need to run for more than 5 minutes, or if I need 4 memberships on YouTube itself. The 4th wall memberships are the easiest way that you guys can keep me able to do cool stuff and make cool stuff in the huge gaps between commission payouts, because it takes me months to do things apparently. So thank you for keeping me fed. And all of that extra chaos that goes with it. I will do my best. I'm still looking for something that I can use as a better distinguisher between the paladins and the skirmishers. Still working on that. And we'll see. We'll see how things pan out in the end. I might end up changing the names of the memberships and then just reduce it down to 2 tiers at this point. We'll see, because having the 3, I don't know if it's necessarily worth it. But yeah. But yes, that is all. For now. Yeah. I need to remember that I need to start letting you guys know that there's actually slash commands in the server now. Not in the server, in the YouTube chat now, because I've got a streamer bot running. For things like finding 4th wall and finding the Discord and all of those things. There are slash commands for that now. I need to actually remember that that's a thing. Maybe I need to actually have those on a periodic timer that go off, so that it is something that you guys can actually see. Maybe I'll put it on a timer, because me and remembering things is not gonna happen. Let's just be real. Forgetful Burb is totally on brand. Anyway, good night all, rest well, and I shall see you tomorrow. Be there. Alright, night night and cheery bye.